Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. This is Zero to Nine back online. About to get into, I know, shockingly, people. So we'll see how long this one lasts. Skyrim, which is a game that I know came out during the seventh generation console era, with the 360, which I had originally. But I can't believe it. Two generations behind. And I haven't played this game not one time. So, but I thought I'd find all these years, give it a try, give it what the big deal is, and we'll see if I adapt and really like it. So, yeah, so Skyrim it is. Hope you all have been doing well this past week. Hope you're doing well today, of course, on Saturday, April 12th, 2025. So let's go and get into it. Yeah, I'll be talking chaotic. Wow. Skyrim Blitz. New Skyrim adventurers have released. Become the god of thunder and truth and legend. Explore new land and coven of crones. Write a tale of blood and snow. Uncover the secrets of Raccoon. Raccoon. The Elder Scrolls Castles now available on iOS and Android. Follow TES Castles. Let's go. Oh, these are the mods they're talking about. Let me see something. I shouldn't be doing all this right now. I should be getting to the game. All right, let's get into the game now. I'm just curious about stuff. Yes, starting the game. Here we go. And the scrolls ever told the black winners in the cold that when brothers wage war. God damn it.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all brothers and sisters in binds now, thief.
Shut up back there.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Ulfric? The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they've captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us?
I don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits.
No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening.
Hey, what village are you from, horse thief?
Why do you care?
A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting.
Good. Let's get this over with.
Sure. Mara, Dibella, Kinnereth, Akatosh, Divines, please help me.
Look at him. General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Dalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. This is Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Elod is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny. When I was a boy, Imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe.
Who are they, Daddy? Where are they going?
Look at this. Oh, wow.
Go inside.
Why? I want to watch the soldiers.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Papa.
Get these prisoners out of the carts. Move it!
Why are we stopping?
Why do you think? End of the line. Let's go. Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us.
No, wait! We're not rebels!
Face your death with some courage, thief.
You've got to tell them! We weren't with you! This is a mistake!
Step towards the block when we call your name. One at a time.
Empire loves their damn lists.
Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm.
It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood. Lokir of Rorikstead.
No! I'm not a rebel! You can't do this!
Halt!
You're not gonna kill me!
He gone.
Anyone else feel like running?
Wait,
Well, damn.
you there. Step forward.
That motherfucker was gone.
Who are you?
Oh, shit now. Okay. see. Let me see. It'll take a little minute, so I ain't care the creation. Let me see. Hmm. I think that's dark elves. So important. Anyways. Let's see. Portrait. Oh, that's a pretty interesting name. Portrait.
Another refugee? Gods really have abandoned your people, Dark Elf. Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to Morrowind. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
Yes, General Tullius. Give them their last rites.
As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with.
Learn. As you wish.
Come on! I haven't got all morning.
What the?
My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
Oh my god, what the? Whoa.
You Imperial bastards!
Justice!
Death to the Stormcloaks!
As fearless in death as he was in life.
Next, the Dark Elf.
Fuck you.
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I said, next prisoner.
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
Y'all gonna make me go.
What in
Oh,
Oblivion
shit.
is that?
Sentries. What do you see?
It's in the clouds.
Whoa, what the heck? You about to chop my fucking head off. Fuck this.
This way!
Throw ass in there, man.
Jarl, what is that thing?
Could the legends be true?
Legends don't burn down villages.
We need to move, now! Up through the tower. Let's go! Just need to move some of them.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They got 50%. Oh.
See the inn on the other side? Jump through the roof and keep going.
Go! We'll follow when we can.
Oh, that my big mama.
Don't look up. Focus on me. You can do it.
Hold on. Let me see something.
Walk towards me. Come on.
Hold on. Controls.
Hammy, you need to get over here now.
Whoa.
Boy, you're doing great. Toro! Still alive, prisoner? Keep close to me if you want to stay that way.
Can you cut me loose?
I have to find General Tullius and join the defense. God's guide you, Hadmar. Stay close to the wall!
Whoa! So, I wish you could see this. Oh! What the fuck?
It's you and me, prisoner. Stay close.
Whoa! Yeah.
Trailer, you damn traitor. Out of my way.
We're escaping, Hadmar. You're not stopping us this time.
Fine. I hope that dragon takes you all to Sovereign Guard. With me, prisoner. Let's go. We've got to get inside now.
Well, shit. Go ahead then, damn it. Go ahead.
Looks like we're the only ones who made it. Was that really a dragon? To bring us to the end times? We should keep moving. Come here. Let me see if I can get those bindings off. There you go. Take a look around. There should be plenty of gear to choose from. I'm going to see if I can find something for these burns. See if one of these chests has some armor for you. You want to get that armor? Give that sword a few swings too. Let's keep moving. That thing is still out there.
Mixed Unit Tactics in the 5 Years' War, Volume 1 by Codius Colonius. The legions could learn from the unconventional tactics used by the Khajiit in the 5 Years' War against Valenwood. I was stationed on the Sphinx Mount Legion fort on a border near Doom and witnessed many of the northern skirmishes firsthand. The war started with the so-called slaughter of Turbo. The Khajiit claimed that the Bosmer invaded the city without provocation and killed over 1,000 citizens before being driven out by reinforcements from a nearby jungle tribe. The Bosmer claimed that the attack was a retaliation for Khajiit bandits who were attacking wood caravans headed for Valenwood. In the spring of 396, the war moved closer to Fort Sphinx Mount. I was posted on lookout and saw parts of the conflict. I later spoke with both Khajiit and Bosmer who fought in the battle, and it will serve as an excellent example of how the Khajiit use a mixture of ground and tree units to win the war. Oh yeah. The Khajiit began the fight in an unusual way by sending tree-cutting teams of Rat and the fearsome cinch-straddle battle cats into the outskirts. Valenwood's forest when word reached the Bosmere that trees were being felled, allegedly a crime in the strange Bosmere religion. A unit of archers were dispatched from larger conflicts in the south. The Bosmere were thus graded or golden to splitting their forces into smaller groups. Bosmere archers took up positions in the remaining trees, whose branches were now 20 or more feet apart, allowing some light in the forest floor. The Bosmere bent the remaining trees with their magics into small fortifications from which to fire their bows. When the tree cutters arrived the next morning, a half dozen Khajiits fell to the Bosmere arrows in the first volley. After that, Khajiit took a large wooden shield from the backs of the Sinshra and made a cruel shelter. The Khajiit, even the enormous Sinshra, were able to hide between the shelter and one of the larger trees. When it became apparent that the Khajiit would not leave their shelter, some Bosmere chose to descend and engage the Khajiit sword to claw. When the Bosmere were nearly upon the shelter, one of the Khajiit began playing on a native instrument of plucked metal bars. This was a signal of some kind, and a small group of the man-like Omes and Omes Rot emerged from the covered holes on the forest floor. Although outnumbered, they were attacking from behind by surprise and won the ground quickly. The Bosmere archers in the trees would still have won the battle were they not having troubles of their own. A group of the Daigi and Daigi Rot, two of the less common forms of Khajiit, who live in the trees of the Timar Forest, jumped from one tree to another under a magical cover of silence. They took up positions in the higher branches. They could not hold Bosmere's weight. The signal came, and used their claws and either torches or spells of fire. Accounts from the two survivors spoke with on this point to distract the archers while the battle of the ground took place. A few of the archers were able to flee, but most were killed. Apparently, the Daji and the Daji Ra have more magical ability than is widely believed, that they were able to keep themselves magically silenced for so long. One of the surviving Bosmere told me that he saw a few ordinary cats among the Daji and even claimed that these ordinary cats are known as Afik, and that they were the spellcasters, but Bosmere are almost as unreliable as the Khajiit when it comes to the truth, and I can't believe that a house cat can cast spells. At the end of the day, the Khajiit lost perhaps a half a dozen fighters, only a force of no more than 4 dozen. While the Bosmere lost nearly an entire company of archers, the survivors were unable to report back before a second company of archers arrived, and this strategy was repeated again with similar results. Finally, a much larger force was sent, and the Bosmere won that battle with the help of native animals of balance wood. That third skirmish in the Khajiit response I will discuss in the second volume of this series. Wow.
Come on, this way.
Oh, yeah.
That dragon is tearing up the whole keep.
Just give me a minute.
Let's see where this goes.
We hear that? Storm cloaks. Maybe we can reason with them.
What was that?
If you want to die from Skyrim.
You need to do better than that.
I'll let you live this time. You've already lost.
Trying to punch. Oh, what the?
Let me see if I can get that door open. There may be a way out. Down this way. Doesn't give up easy.
What are you doing? We need to get out of Helgen. Now!
There may be a way out. Down this way.
We're going to need them.
Time to end this little game.
Oh my, what the?
An old storeroom. See if you can find some potions. Might come in handy.
Tripped up neck.
Done then? This way.
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
The torture room. Gods, I wish we didn't need these. Come on.
Mercy! Like
That's the end of that.
You fellows happened along just in time. These boys seemed a bit upset at how I've been entertaining their comrades.
Don't you even know what's going on? A dragon is attacking Helgen.
A dragon. Please, don't make up nonsense. Although, come to think of it, I did hear some odd noises coming from over there.
Come with us. We need to get out of here.
You have no authority over me, boy.
Didn't you hear me? I said the keep is under attack.
Forget the old man. I'll come with you.
Wait a second. Looks like there's something in this cage.
Don't bother with that. Lost the key ages ago. Poor fellow's raved for weeks.
See if you can get it open with some picks. We'll need everything we can get.
Sure. Take all. Please.
Grab what you can and let's go.
Book of the Dragon. The Book of the Dragonborn by Prior Emily Mandarin, the Order of Talos Reverend Prior. Year 360 of the Third Era, 21st of the reign of the Majesty, the Legius IV. Many people have heard of the term Dragonborn. We are, of course, ruled by the Dragonborn Emperors, but the true meaning of the term is not commonly understood. But those of us in the Order of Talos, this is a subject and near and dear to our hearts, and in the book I will attempt to illuminate the history and the significance of those known as Dragonborn. Down through the ages, most scholars agree that the term was first used in connection with the covenant of Akatosh when the blessed Saint Elegia was given an amulet ring to the dragonfires of the temple of the one where it first lived. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart and bled Saint Elegia with this blood of dragons. He made a covenant that so long as Elegia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to still tight the gates of oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies. The Daedra, loving Elegia, those blessed by Akatosh with the dragon blood, became known more simply as Dragonborn. The connection with the rulers of the empire was thus there from the beginning. Only those of the dragon blood were able to wear the amulet of kings and light the dragon fires. All the legitimate rulers of the empire have been dragonborn. The emperors and empresses of the first Cyrodiilic empire founded by Alesia remain Cyrodiil and his heirs, and of course Timber Septim and his heirs down to our current emperor, His Majesty Delagius Septim IV. Because of this connection with the emperors, however, the other significance of the Dragonborn has been obscured and largely forgotten by all but scholars and those of us dedicated to the service by the blessed Talos, who was Timber Septim. Very few realize that being Dragonborn is not a simple matter, hereditary, but being the blessed Nakatosh himself, it is beyond our understanding exactly how or why it is bestowed. Those who become emperor and light the dragon fires are surely Dragonborn. The proof is in the wearing the amulet and the light of the fires. But were they Dragonborn and thus able to do these things, or was the doing the sign of the blessing Akatosh descend upon them? All that we can say is that it is both and neither a divine mystery. The line of septums have all been Dragonborn, of course, which is one reason this simplistic notion of it being hereditary has become so commonplace. But we know for certain that the earliest Cyrodiilic rulers were not all related. There is also no evidence that remaining Cyrodiil was descended from Alesia. Although there are many legends that would make it so, most of them dating from the time of Raymond and likely attempts to legitimize his rule. We know that the Blades, usually thought of as the Emperor's bodyguards, originated as Akarvari crusaders who invaded Tamriel for obscure reasons in the late First Era. They appear to have been searching for a Dragonborn. The events at Dale Pass bear this out, and the Akari were the first to proclaim Raymond Cyrodiil as Dragonborn. In fact, it was Akaviri who did the most to promote his standing as emperor, although Remain himself never took that title in his lifetime. And of course, there is no known hereditary connection between Timber Septim and any of the previous Dragonborn rulers of Tamriel. Whether they can be more than one Dragonborn at any time is another mystery. The emperors have done their best to dismiss this notion. But of course, the emperor succession itself means that at the very least there are two or more potential Dragonborn at any time, the current ruler and his or her heirs. The history of the Blades also hints at this. Little is known as their activities during the interregnum between Ramon's empire and the first of Timber Septim. Many believe that the Blades continue to search out and guard those that believe were or might be Dragonborn during this time. Lastly, we came to the question of the true meaning of being Dragonborn. The connection with dragons is so obvious that it has almost been forgotten. In these days, when dragons are a distant memory, we forget that in the early days, being Dragonborn meant having the dragon blood. Some scholars believe that it was meant quite literally, although the exact significance is not known. The Nord tell tales of Dragonborn heroes who were great dragon slayers, able to steal the power of the dragons they killed. Indeed, it is well known that the Akari sought out and killed many dragons during the invasion, and there is some evidence that this continued after there became Raymond Cyrodiil, Dragon Guard. Again, the connection to dragons, the direct predecessor to the Blades of today. I leave you with what is known as the prophecy of the Dragonborn. It is often said to originate in the Elder Scroll, although it is sometimes also attributed to the ancient Akari. Many have attempted to decipher it, and many have also believed that its omens had been fulfilled and that the advent of the last Dragonborn was at hand. I make no claims as an interpreter of prophecy, but it does suggest that the true significance of Akashi's Tiyasila of Mortal Khan has yet to be fully understood. When misrule takes place at the eight corners of the world, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, when the thrice blessed veil and the red tower trembles, when the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the white tower falls, when the snow tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding, the world eater wakes and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn. Hey, got it right. Hey. What's this spell tune?
There's no way out that way.
I'm glad to be out of that place. I hope this leads somewhere.
I'm taking everything. But I know I'm
This way. Better to stick together down here.
okay.
Come on, hurry up. What? This way. What?
Oh.
Better to stick together down here. Come on, hurry up.
Hold on. Shut up, man. Okay.
We'd better stick together down here.
Where in Oblivion are we supposed to go? Where's the way out?
Just give me a minute. Let me think.
Okay. Whoa. What's that? There we go. Hold on, man. I'm trying to get used to shit.
Wait. Let's see where this goes. We'd better push on. I'm sure the other... We'd better stick together down here.
Oh, you know what? Oh.
doesn't go anywhere. I guess we'd better try this way.
Oh yeah.
That'll teach you close, man. What next? The giant snakes? Let them stick together down here. Hold up. There's a bear just ahead. See her? I'd rather not tangle with her right now. You might be able to sneak by. Just take it nice and slow. Watch where you step. Or if you're feeling lucky, you can take this bow. Might take her by surprise. Go ahead. I'll follow your lead and watch your back.
Oh, send me in there to die. Why don't you?
Easy does it.
You know what? Fuck this.
I'm the snaking type. This looks like the way out. I was starting to wonder if we'd ever make it.
Whew, I hate it now. Survival mode. Survival adds the need to eat, sleep, and stay warm. It also adds additional challenges such as no fast travel, reduced carry weight, and leveling up only when you sleep. See the survival mode entry and help for details. Enable survival mode. You can enable or disable survival mode anytime from the gameplay setting. No, that's okay.
Wait.
Not sure in this gameplay.
Looks like he's gone for good this time. But I don't think we should stick around to see if he comes back. The closest town from here is Riverwood. My uncle's the blacksmith there. I'm sure he'd help you out. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
Same with you, buddy.
Listen, you should go to Solitude and join up with the Imperial Legion. We could really use someone like you. If the rebels have themselves a dragon, General Tullius is the only one who can stop them. See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Barrow. When I was a boy, that place always used to give me nightmares. Draugr creeping down the mountain to climb through my window at night. That kind of thing. I admit, I still don't much like the look of it. These are the Gaudian stones. 3 of the 13 ancient standing stones that dot Skyrim's landscape. Go ahead, see for yourself.
Each stone. Those under the sign of the mage will learn all magic skills 20% faster, and they only have one sign blessing at a time. So,
Mage, eh? Well, to each his own. It's not for me to judge.
oh, that's pretty dope. I didn't get you play a chance to play really a real mage, sorcerer, necromancer type.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, you've already earned your pardon. But until we get that confirmed by General Tullius, just stay clear of other Imperial soldiers and avoid any complications, all right? Where'd you come from? Must have scared them off. Where'd you
Come here.
You're dead. I'm glad you decided to come with me. We're almost to Riverwood.
Riverwood discovered. mathematician of the Skyrim, like all the picture, or
What happened to you? Are you in some kind of trouble?
Keep your voice down. I'm fine, but we should go inside to talk.
What's going on? And who's this?
He's a friend. Saved my life, in fact. Come on, I'll explain everything, but we need to go inside.
Okay, come inside now. Sigrid will get you something to eat, and you can tell me all about it.
A dragon! I saw a dragon!
What? What is it now, Mother?
It was as big as the mountain and black as night. It flew right over the barrel.
Dragon sounds? If you keep on like this, you're gonna
Don't go setting the place on fire, okay? Gerder's family first settled here as woodcutters a few generations ago. She and Hod run the mill. I make a decent living sharpening axes and fixing the sawmill. Of course, take what you need. But what's all this about? What are you two doing here? Dragon? In Helgen? That explains what I saw earlier, flying down the valley from the south. I was hoping I was wrong about what I thought it was. You're right. I saw it. Didn't want to believe my own eyes. A dragon here in Skyrim. What's this world coming to? First the war, now dragons. Trouble loves company, they say. The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever soldiers he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt. I see no harm in it, if you have the skill. The grindstone will improve your weapons. Use the table to improve your armor. If you've got the raw materials, you can use the forge to make something new. People are rightly stirred up about the damn Dalmor being allowed to roam around arresting people, just for worshipping Talos. But was it worth tearing Skyrim apart and maybe destroying the Empire? No. Ulfric will have a lot to answer for in the end. Nords have always supported the Empire, and the Empire has always been good for Skyrim. It's from that treaty that ended the Great War, remember? When the Emperor was forced by the Dalmor to outlaw Talos worship. We didn't pay much attention to it when I was a boy. Everyone still had their little shrine to Talos. But then, Ulfric and his sons of Skyrim started agitating about it. Sure enough, the Emperor had to crack down. dragging people off in the middle of the night. One of the main causes of this war, if you ask me. Cross the river and then head north. You'll see it just past the falls. When you get to Whiterun, just keep going up. When you get to the top of the hill, you're at Dragon's Reach, the Jarl's palace. Jarl Algrif, he rules Whiterun Hold. A good man, perhaps a bit overcautious, but these are dangerous times. So far, he's managed to stay out of the war. I'm afraid it can't last. I don't think he likes either Ulfric or Elisif much. Who can blame him? But I've no doubt he'll prove loyal to the Empire in the end. He's no traitor. Ah, I forget you're new to Skyrim. Jarl Elisif, I should say. Although only because she was married to Jarl Torig when he was murdered. Ulfric murdered Torig, you know. Walked right into his palace in Solitude and killed him. Shouted him to death, if you believe the stories. That's what started this whole war. The Empire couldn't ignore that. Once the Jarls start killing each other, we're back to the bad old days.
Did you really see a dragon?
Take what you need, my friend. Within reason, of course. Until next time.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this. Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that. Yeah, well, I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop. I think I have a few old spell books laying about. If you want more, you'll have to go to the College of Winterhold.
Alright, items above the divider line belong to the vendor. Item below the line belongs to you. To buy or sell, select. That's right. Alright. Oh. Shows the path. Look at this. Yo, Obsidian. Look at this dude. Look at all these books. What? What? Oh, yeah. Lesser Wars. Raid zombie enemy we could for 60 seconds. How much is the 790?
Oh, a bit of this, and a bit of that. I better get back to cleaning the store. What a mess.
Gotta get that stuff out that damn chest, start selling that shit. Hold on.
Take what you need, my friend. Within reason, of course. Don't go setting the place on fire, okay?
Hadfar, did you really see a dragon? What did it look like? Did it have big teeth?
Hush, child. Don't pester your cousin.
May the gods watch. Like I said.
My sister Camilla or I will be happy to help you. Take a look.
Let's see.
Oh, a bit of this, and a bit of that.
Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's it.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in. We still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament, solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw. You could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back.
Really?
If you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northeast of town. Yes. So now you don't have to go, do you?
Oh, really? Well, I think your new helper here needs a guide.
No, by the 8, fine. But only to the edge of town.
Songs of the Return, Volume 2, the first tale of the. Great Lord of his grandmother, the harbinger of us all, did they send forth his two beloved sons with them, the only other survivors of the brutalities of Sarthal, to seek out the bravest warriors of the land, Mount the Great Return. Menlo and Valgar, they were called. They were known among Admora as fine warriors with bright eyes and dawning futures. Bingal the Elder was the brave strategist, bringing the learners to bear on the battlefield that his enemies would be defeated before they even knew the battle had begun. Vagar, the younger, was possessed of no every spirit that drove him singular prowess of woman feats in war. Together, the mind and the arm, they were capable of sowing destruction, most through a glorious any foe who stood before them. Before they parted ways to gather their crews, the two clasped arms and necks in the old-fashioned and laughed at the heavens for their stories to come. Young Ballard then took to the massive shipyards of at the Star Southern Point and commissioned 2 ships for himself and his brother. He would command the Marazut and his brother Harak, thus carrying the names of the 2 favorite stars of their heavens. The shipmaker's spirits had been suitably filled by his grandmother's tales of the savage elves, and they set out to birth ships that befit their noble homeland. Arrangements having been made, Valgar set forth to the academies of honored soldiers, seeking out his trusted friends and advisors to join him on the venture of the return. By now, the stories of the new land to the south were spreading before him, and the mere emergence of his presence was enough to cause the finest warriors to lay down their present undertakings and follow him. So was he able to call his side the great shield sisters, Froa and Rosta, who thought and spoke as one, and they brought with them the wise war teacher, Irene, who first taught them to dance among the blades. She in turn mustered all the students of her at her command, whose names were not yet made, some whom would one day be known: Erismer, who threw his shield; Arlak, who breathed fire; Ramph the Greater; Merkel and Ramph, and the far-sighted Hooch, who would see the first of many dawns. On the day of final passage, when the many oared fleet would last see the distant green summers of Almora, the brothers were near in their father's wake, and the freshly joined 500 will eagerly press onwards towards Shamrio. Rhaegar could see his well-minded brothers smiling from afar across the waves, and they shouted war cries to each other, longing for the soon day when the assembled crews would draw the treacherous upblood into the ground, which they would now claim for their own rights. But kind administrations are not to be taken lightly, and though our blessings gave wind to drive those brave sailors to their destiny, so too her mighty tears fall to drive them apart. When the storm of separation first arose, young Varga had no fear, for his crew was strong and able, and their ship drove through the forest of swells as through bull by the rope of fate. When the skies cleared and Vargas glimpsed again, with new eyes, the land of the past and future on, he knew his brother's vessel was not in his horizon. The Duruzum, arriving late, drew forth into the sands, and Varga rushed to his father to seek word of his brother. The greatest grandma, harbinger of us all, wept for his lost son, and sought comfort in arms of his only remaining joy. The crew of the Harak became the first deaths among the 500, and Valgar was so enraged with love for his brother that his crew would soon be counted as first among the many noble and honored names in the companions. Take this with me too.
Hey! Hands off!
Okay. Okay, just taking a book, man.
Show those thieves not to steal from Luke and Valet. Take a look.
Got it. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, well, I got that with my first new spell tone. Right back, y'all. Hold on a second. back here. Going pretty well. Thank you for asking. Ooh, proves the caster's armor rate. Oh, damn it. Mm. So,
Chill neck. Time.
I'm about to say,
We have to go through town and across the bridge to get to Bleak Falls Barrow. You can see it from here, though. The mountain just over the buildings. Those thieves must... mad hiding out there. Those old crypts are...
ooh. What? Getting powerful. Destruction. I'm not. I knew you was gonna go. Please, I'm not interested. Thank you though, but no, thank you. Okay. I feel you was going with that.
with nothing but traps. It's troll.
Hold on, lady. Shit, I'm busy.
Who knows what else?
Not trying to be mean to them, but I'm just not interested in that. Ooh, spell to raise zombie. Oh. Animate a weak dead body to fight for you for 60 seconds. Okay. I learned new spell, raise zombie. Next one. Frostbite. Sweet. Sell that one. Oh, flesh. No, I'm not interested. No, thank you, though. No, I'm good. Right now, I'm just trying to enjoy my game and have a good time. That's all. No offense or nothing, but I'm not interested right now. I wish you the best of luck, though, on what you're searching for, okay? And your business also.
This way.
Oh.
This is a surprise.
I can't grab shit? Oh.
Can't wait to count out your coin.
Strip your ass, butt ass neck, take it all loose.
Got it. Keep an eye out for trouble. Is someone there? Here.
Oh. Fight for me. Where'd he go? Yeah, yes, that's necromancy. Oh my god, and then he makes the fucking zombie noises. Oh, yes, the Undertaker. Oh, he died. Oh well. Yo, this shit is cold as hell. Oh, that's what happens to them, huh? Ah, I see. Oh, God. Hoping this is it. Oh. There we go. Make it okay. Pickpocket increases 16. Thief by Ruby. Oh, yeah. Alright. If the reader has not yet had the pleasure of reading the first volume in this series on the life of Eslef Arol Beggar, he should close this book immediately, for I shan't recap. I will tell you this much, gentle reader. When we last saw it was a boy, an orphan, a failed beggar running through the wild winter woods of Skyrim. See, what volume is it? Away from his home of Elgar, he continued running, stopping here and there for many years until he was a young man. Eslop discovered that among the ways of getting food, asking for it was the most troublesome. Far easier was finding it in the wilderness or taking it from unguarded market stalls. The only thing worse than begging to get food was begging for the opportunity to work for the money to buy it. That seemed needlessly complicated. No, as far as Eslef was concerned, he was best off being a scavenger, a beggar, and a thief. He committed his first act of thievery shortly after leaving Arrogard while in the southern woods of Town Burkar, in the rugged land near Mount Jensen, just east of the village of Harbel. Eslef was starving, having not eaten anything but rather strongly raw squirrel in 4 days, and he smelled meat cooking and then found the smoke. A band of minstrel bards was making camp. He watched them from the bushes as they cooked and joked and flirted and sang. He could have asked them for some food, but so many others had refused him before. Instead, he rushed out, grabbed a piece of meat from the fire, and wincing from the burn, scrambled up the nearest tree to devour it, while the bar stood under him and laughed. "What is your next move, thief?" giggled a fair, red-headed woman who was covered with tattoos. "How do you intend to disappear without us catching and punishing you?" As the hunger subsided, Eslaf realized she was right. The only way to get out of the tree without falling in their midst was to take the branch down to where it hung over a creek. It was a drop off a cliff about 50 feet. That seemed like the wisest strategy, so Eslaf began crawling in that direction. "You do know how to fall, boy," called out a young Khajiit, but a few years older than Eslaf, thin but muscular, graceful in his slightest movements. "If you don't, you should just climb down here and take what's coming to you. It's idiotic to break your neck when we just give you some bruises and send you on your way." "Of course I know how to fall," Eslaf called back, but he didn't. he just thought the trick of falling was to have nothing underneath you and let nature take its course. But 50 feet up, when you're looking down, is enough to give anyone pause. "I'm sorry to doubt your abilities, Master Thief," said the Khajiit, grinning. "Obviously, you know to fall feet first, with your body straight but loose to avoid cracking like an egg. It seems you are destined to escape us." Eslaf wisely followed the Khajiit's hint and leapt toward the river, into the river, falling without much grace, but without hurting himself in the years that followed. He had to make several more drops from even greater heights, usually after a theft, sometimes without water beneath him, and he improved the basic technique. When he arrived in the western town of Jalihan on the morning of his 21st birthday, it didn't take him long to finish out who was the richest person. Most observant of being burgled of an impregnable palace in a park near the center of the town was owned by a mysterious young man named Suabur. Eslaf wasted no time in finding the palace and watching it. A fortified palace, he had come to learn, was like a person with quirks and habits beneath his hard shell. It was not an old place. Evidently, whatever money this Sadui Bua had come into fairly recent. He was regularly patrolled by guards, implying that the rich man was fearful of being burgled with good reason. The most distinctive feature of the palace was its tower, rising 100 feet above the stone walls, doubtless giving the occupant a good defensive view. Eslaf guessed that it was as paranoid as he guessed him to be. The tower would also provide a view of the palace storehouse. The rich man would want to keep an eye on his fortune. That meant that the loot couldn't be directly beneath the tower, but somewhere in the courtyard within the walls. The light in the tower was shown all night long. So Eslaf boldly decided that the best time to burgle was the light of day when Sabuya must sleep. That would be the time the guards would at least expect the thief to pounce. And so when the noon sun was shining over the palace, Eslaf quickly scaled the wall near the front gate and waited, hidden in the crenellations. The interior courtyard was plain and desolate, with few places to hide, but he saw that there were 2 wells. One the guards used from time to time to draw up water and slake their thirst, but Eslaf noticed that guards would pass by the other well, never using it. He waited until the guards were distracted just for a second by the arrival of a merchant in a wagon, bearing goods for the palace. While they were searching his wagon, Eslaf leapt elegantly feet first from the wall into the well. It was not particularly soft landing far. As Eslaf had guessed, the well was not full of water, but gold. Still, he knew how to roll after a fall, and he didn't hurt himself. In the dank subterranean storehouse, he stuffed his pockets with gold and was about to go to the door what he assumed would lead to the tower when he noticed a gem the size of an apple worth more than all the gold that was left. Eslaf found room for it down his pants. The door did indeed lead to the tower, and Slap followed it, curving stairwell up. Walking quietly but quickly, at the top, he found the master of the palace's private quarters, ornate and cold, with invaluable artwork and decorative swords and shields on the walls. Eslef assumed the snoring lump under the sheets was Suibuyo, but he didn't investigate too closely. He crept to the windows and looked out. It was going to be a difficult fall. For success, he needed to jump from the tower past the walls and hit the tree on the other side. The tree branches would hurt, but they would break his fall, and there was a pile of hay be had left under the tree to prevent further injury. Eslep was about to leap when the occupant of the room woke up with a start yelling, "My Jim!" Eslep had stared at him for a second wide-eyed. They looked alike, not surprised since they were brothers. Eslep's old stories continue in the book Warrior. But damn. I got all the way down here, Jesus Christ. Come on. When your level increases, you must choose to increase your health, magical stamina. You can also select the perk at this time. I'm sick. Or later, available perks highlight in each constellation.
Don't let it get me. Don't let it get me. Get it away from me! Get it away! Get it away from me! Get it away! Elliot! You, over here!
Ah, shit.
Elliot!
Damn it. I knew I should have said it. And next time, obviously.
Not the best you can do. Lord have mercy on you!
Hurry already, so I can make your stuff. Let the bite of it flee.
Damn, I should have. I know I should have just said it. Next time, next shot. First death.
It's a bad time to get lost.
You can't win this! Skyrim belongs to the Lords!
Oh, no, it don't.
That's all you've got?
Yep. Oh man, he jumped in. Alright, get this. Damn. He did my thing like that. Finally. Fuck yeah.
Help me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Don't leave me for RK's sake. You, over here. It's coming loose. I can feel it. You fool. Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
Oh. That's fine. Come on. Yeah, come on. Oh. What? Look at this. Dumb motherfucker. That was funny. I gotta show her this. I gotta show Obsidian this. Golden Claw. Look at this. Ooh, look at all this he got. Journal. Well, I got it. Completed my first quest, y'all. That was... See, this is why I need to be a necromancer. I knew that. Oh, shit. What the? I don't know what the fuck happened. Okay. Whew. Come on. I mean, the old boy died. You know what? Damn, you gonna serve me, bitch. Come on. Come on, you gonna do my bidding, motherfucker. Come on. Well, oh hell. Come on in. Yeah. You gotta be kidding me. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. Ooh, wait. Woo! Damn, man. Ah, shit. What? Damn. Oh, I gotta talk to Obsidian about this. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Ah. Got it. Ooh. Whoa, what the upsetting this game is. Yo, I gotta talk to you about this for real. Holy shit. What the fuck? What? Staff of the familiar? What the fuck? What is going on in this game? Word of power, learn. Force unrelenting force. Please find a secret of Bleak Fall Burrow, bring the cloud and Luke. Oh shit, I learned new. Oh shit, I'm sitting here, look at this shit. I'm summoning from what the fuck, man? We got ourselves. I'm defeating this over. I got a dragon stone. What the fuck, man? I just sat up here and explored a whole fucking... Yo, man. Oh, wow.
The sooner you find the claw, show those thieves not to steal from Luke and... You found it! There it is! Strange. It seems smaller than I remember. Funny thing, huh? I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. I'll never forget this. You've done a great thing for me and my sister.
It means so much to us to have the claw back where it belongs. Thank you. Whoa! Hope you know what you're doing with those flames there.
Thank you so much for taking care of those thieves. The Riverwood Trader is back to the way it used to be. You and me, we're the only people around who aren't complete fools. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
It's
Till
a
next
fine
time.
day with you around.
The Riverwood Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Till next time.
You're strapping. Young man, don't be a stranger.
What are you staring at? Got any ale or mead? Yeah.
Did you really see a dragon? Papas isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
My fingers are trembling. The golden claws finally in my hands, and with it, the power of the ancient Nordic heroes. That fool Lucan Valorous had no idea his favorite store decoration was actually the key to Bleakfall Barrow. Now I just need to get to the Hall of Stories and unlock the door. The legend says there's a test that the Norse put in place to keep the unworthy away, but that when you have the golden claw, the solution is in the palm of your hand.
scare them off.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you. Certainly not. But a true warrior would have relished the opportunity to take on a giant. That's why I'm here, with my shield brothers. An outsider, eh? Never heard of the Companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough. Not for me to say. You'll have to talk to Kodlak Whitemane up in Jorvaskar. The old man's got a good sense for people. He can look in your eyes and tell your worth. If you go to him, good luck.
Wait. I know you. There's no mistake. You're a wanted man, and it's time to pay for your crimes.
Wait a minute, what?
Good enough. I'll just confiscate any stolen goods you're carrying. Then you're free to go. All right then.
That lockpicking gonna be fucking maxed out. Wow, cook can possibly eat cook food that restores your health prior to prevent hilarious. Runs a Camille. With the acclamation of the fellows of the Imperial Society still ringing in my ears, I decided to return to Morrowwood immediately. It was not without some regret that I bade farewell to the flesh pots of the Imperial City. But I knew that the wonders I had brought back were Relio Makai had only scratched the surface of the Derma ruins of Morrowwood. Even more spectacular treasures were out there. I felt just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. I also had before me the salutarian example of poor Bannerman, who was still dying out on his single expedition to Black Marsh 20 years ago. That would never be me, I vowed. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time I would have to earn full cooperation with Imperial authorities. No more need to worry about attacks from superstitious locals. But where should I look next? The ruins of Camille were the obvious choice. Unlike Raleigh Mackay, getting to the ruins would not be a problem. Also known as the Cliff City, Camille, by the Baylor side of the Venerable Rift, sprawling down the sheer coastal cliff. Travelers from the east coast of Philadelphia often visit the site by boat, and it can often be reached overland from the nearby villages without undue hardship. Once my expedition had assembled and say a need with the usual tedious complications involved in operating the half civilian land, we set free out on our village of Morag, near the ruins, where he hoped to hire a party of diggers. Interpreter Twin Panan, and a usually jolly fellow for a dark elf who I hired in Messiah need at the recommendation of the local garrison commander, assured me that the local villagers would be very familiar with Camelville, and having looted the site for generations. Incidentally, 10 Penny, as we soon came to call him to his constant amusement, proved invaluable, and I would recommend him without hesitation to any of my colleagues who were planning similar expeditions to the wilds of Morrowind. At Morag, we ran into our first trouble. The headman of the village, a reserved, elegant old fellow, seemed willing to cooperate, but the local priest, a representative of the absurd religion they have here, worshiping something called the Tribunal, who they claim actually live in palaces in Morrowind, was firmly against us, excavating the ruin. Excavating the ruins. Oh, yeah. Okay. He looked likely to sway the villagers to his side with the talk of religious taboos, but I waved the Empress's letter under his nose and mentioned something about my friend, the garrison commander at Seda Neen, and he quieted right down. No doubt this was just a standard negotiating tactic arranged among the villagers to increase their pay. In any event, once the priest had stalked off, muttering to himself, no doubt calling down curses upon the heads of the foreign devils, we soon had a line of villagers eager to sign on to the expedition. While my assistant was working out the mundane details of contracts, supplies, etc., Master Room and I rode on to the ruins. By land, they can only be reached using narrow paths that wind down the face of the cliff from above, where my misstep threatens to send one toe into the sea, swollen about the jagged rocks below. The city's original entrance to the surface must have been in the part of the city to the northeast, the part that fell into the sea long ago when the eruption of Red Mountain created this mind-bogglingly vast crater. After successfully navigating the treacherous path, we found ourselves in a large chamber open to the sky on one side, disappearing into the darkness on the other. As we stepped forward, our boots crunched the piles of broken metal, as common in dwarven ruins as potsherds and other ancient sites. This was obviously where the looters brought their finds from deeper levels, stripping off the valuable outer castings of the dwarven mechanisms and leaving their innards here. Easier than lugging the intact mechanism back up to the top of the cliff. I laughed to myself, thinking of the many warriors unwittingly walked around Tamriel with pieces of dwarven mechanism on their backs. For that, of course, is what most dwarven armor really is. Just the armored shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered with when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. This place was obviously full of dwarven devices, judging from the litter covering the floor of this vast chamber, or had been. I reminded myself, looters had been working over this site for centuries. Just the casing alone would be worth a small fortune, sold as armor. Most dwarven armor is made of mismatched pieces for various devices, hence the reputation for being bulky and unwieldy. But a matched set from an attack mechanism is worth more than its weight in gold, for the pieces all fit together smoothly and the wearer hardly notices the bolt. Of course, I had no intention of destroying my finds for armor, no matter how valuable. I will bring it back to society for scientific study. Besides that, imagine the astonished cries of my colleagues as I veiled it at the next lecture and smiled again. I picked up a discarded gear from the piles at my feet. It still gleamed brightly as if the new made dwarven alloys resisting the corrosion of time. I wonder what secrets remain hidden in the maze of chambers that lay before me. Defined efforts of looters waiting to gleam again in the light they had not seen in long eons. Waiting for me. It remained only to find them. With an impatient gesture to Master Arum to follow, I strode forward in the gloom. Master Arum, the penny, and I spent several days exploring the ruins while my assistant set up camp at the top of the cliff and hauled supplies and equipment from the village. I was looking for my promising area to begin excavation, a block passage or corridor untouched by looters that might lead to completely untouched areas of the ruin. We found two such areas early on, but soon discovered that the many winding passages bypassed the blockage and gave access to the ruins behind. Nevertheless, even these outer areas, for the most part stripped clean of artifacts by generations of looters, were full of interest to the professional archaeologists. Behind a massive bronze door, burst from its hinges by some ancient turmoil of the earth, was discovered a large chamber filled with exquisite wall carvings, which impressed even the jaded Tenpenny, who claimed to have explored every Dwarven ruin in Morrowind. They seemed to depict an ancient ritual of some kind, with a long line of classical bearded Dwarven elders processing down the side walls, all seemingly bound to the giant form of a god carved into the front wall of the chamber, which was caught in the act of stepping forth from the crater of a mountain in a cloud of smoke of steam. According to Massaron, there are no known depictions of Dwarven religious rituals, so this was an exciting find indeed. I set a team to work prying the carved panels from the wall, but they were unable to even crack the surface. On close examination, the chamber appeared to be faced with a metallic substance with the texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our tools. I considered having Master Rome try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I would have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle for taking rubbings of the carvings. If my colleagues in the society showed enough interest, I sure a specialist could be found. Perhaps a master alchemist who could find ways to safely remove the panels. Let's see. I found another curious room at the top of a long winding stair, barely passable due to the fall of rubble from the roof. Top of the stair was a dome chamber with a long rolling mechanism at its center. Painted constellations were still visible in some places on the surface of the dome. Master Orm and I agreed that this must have been some kind of observatory, and the mechanism was therefore the remains of a dwarven telescope. To remove it from the ruins down the narrow stairway would require its complete disassembly, which fact no doubt had preserved it. Oof, it's a long book. From the attention of looters, so I decided to leave it in place for the time being. The existence of this observatory suggested, however, that this room had once been above the surface. Close examination of the structure revealed that this was indeed a building, not an excavated chamber. The only other doorways from the ruin block and careful measurements from the top of the cliff to the top entry room and then to the observatory revealed that we were still more than 100 feet below the present ground level. A sobering reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. This discovery led us to focus our attention downward since we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay. We could. Man, how many pages? Damn, really? Oof. And look sadly, the place for time is however, that the room had been more closer than ancient surface with indeed the building not actually. So it's revealed that we were still more than 250 feet below the present ground level. Sober reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. Discovery led us to focus our attention downwards, since we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay. We could rule out many of the higher block passages, one wide passage, impressively flanked with cavern pillars, particularly drew my interest. Ended in the passive rockfall but we could see where looters had begun and then abandoned the tunnel through the debris. With my team of diggers and Master Majory to assist, I believe we could succeed while the predecessors had failed. I therefore set my team of dark elves to work on cleaning the passage, relief finally to begin the real exploration of Command E. Soon, I hoped my boots would be stirring up dust that had lain undisturbed since the dawn of time. With this exciting prospect before me, I may have driven my diggers a bit too hard. Tenpenny reported that they were beginning to grumble about the long days and that some were talking of quitting, knowing from experience that nothing puts hearts back into these dark air like a taste of the lash. Uh-oh. I had the ringleaders whipped and the rest confined to the rooms until they had finished clearing the passageway. Thanks, Steinberg, for my foresight and requisitioning a few legionnaires from Seven. They were sullen at first, but when the promise of an extra day's wages when they broke through, they soon set to work with a will. While these measures may sound harsh to my readers back in the comforts of civilization, let me assure you that there is no other way to get these people to stick to a task. The blockage was much worse than I had first thought, and in the end, it took almost 2 weeks to clear the passage. The diggers were as excited All right, once I had thought, and then 2 weeks to clear passage, the diggers excited as when the picks finally broke through the far end into emptiness, and we shared a round at the local liquor together, a foul concoction and true, to show that it was all forgiven. I could hardly restrain my eagerness as they enlarged the hole to allow entry into the chamber beyond. Would the passage lead to entire new levels of the ancient city filled with artifacts left by the vanished doors? Or would it be only a dead end, some side passage leading nowhere? My excitement grew as I slid through the hole and crouched for a moment in the darkness beyond. From the echoing sounds of the stones rattling beneath my feet, I was in a large room, perhaps very large. I stood up carefully and unhooded my lantern. As the light flooded the chamber, I looked around in astonishment. Here were wonders beyond even my wildest dreams. As a light from my lamp filled the chamber beyond the rockfall, I looked around in astonishment. Everywhere was the warm glitter of dwarven alloys. I had found an untouched section of the ancient city. My heart pounded with excitement. I looked around me. The room was vast, the roof soaring up into darkness beyond the reach of my lamp. The far end lost in shadows with only a tantalizing glimmer hinting at treasure not yet revealed. Along each wall stood rows of mechanical men, intact except for one oddity. Their heads had been richly removed and placed on the floor at the feet. This could mean only one thing. I had discovered the tomb of a great dwarven noble, maybe even a king. Burials at this type had been discovered before, most famously by Ransom's expeditions to Hammerfell, but no completely intact tomb had been found until now. But if this was truly a royal burial, where was the tomb? I stepped forward gingerly, the rows of headless bodies standing silently as they had for eons, their disembodied eyes seeming to watch me as I passed. I had heard wild tales of the curse of the doors, but had also laughed it off as superstition. But now, breathing the same air as the mysterious builders of this city, which had lain undisturbed since the cataclysm that spelled their doom, I felt a twinge of fear. There was some power here, I felt, something malevolent that resented my presence. I stopped for a moment and listened. All was silent, except it seemed I heard a faint hiss, regular as breathing. I fought down a sudden surge of panic. I was unarmed, not thinking of danger in my haste to explore past the blocked passage. Sweat dripped down my face as I scanned the gloom for any movement. The room was warm. I suddenly noticed much warmer than the rest of the labyrinth thus far. My excitement returned. Could I have found a section of the city still connected to a functioning steam grid? Pipes ran along the walls, as in all sections of the city. I walked over and placed my hand on one. It was hot, almost too hot to touch. Now I saw that in places where the ancient piping had corroded, small jets of steam were escaping. Small jets of steam were escaping. The sound I had heard. I laughed at my own credulity. Mm. I now advanced quickly to the far end of the room, giving a cheerful salute to the ranks of mechanical soldiers who had appeared so menacing only moments before. I smiled with triumph as the light swept back the darkness of centuries to reveal the giant effigy of a dwarven king standing on a raised dais, his metal hand clutching his rod of office. That was the prize indeed. I circled the dais slowly, admiring the craftsmanship of the ancient dwarves. The golden king stood 20 feet tall under a freestanding dome, a cupola, his long, unswept beard jutting forward proudly as his glittering metal eyes seemed to follow me. But my superstitious mood had passed, and I gazed benevolently on the old dwarven king. My king, as I had already begun to think of him. I stepped into the dais to get a better look at the sculpted armor. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure opened, and it raised the malleable fist to strike. I leaped to one side as the golden arm came crashing down, striking sparks from the steps where I had stood at a moment before. With the hiss of steam and the whir of gears, the giant figure stepped ponderously out from under its canopy and strode towards me with frightening speed, its eyes tracking me as I scrambled backwards. I dodged behind a pillar as the fist whistled down again. I had dropped my lantern in the confusion, and now I crept into the darkness outside the pool of light, hoping to slip between the headless mechanisms and thus escape back to the safety of the passageway. Where had the monster gone? You would think that a 20-foot golden kind would be hard to miss, but he was nowhere to be seen. The guttering lamp only illuminated a small part of the room. He could be hiding anywhere in the gloom. I crawled faster. Without warning, the dim ranks of dwarven soldiers in front of me went flying as the monstrosity guardian loomed before me. He had cut off my escape. As I dodged backwards, blow after blow whistled down as he implacable machines followed me relentlessly, driving me into the corner of the room. At last, there was nowhere left for me to go. My back was to the wall. I glared up at my foe, determined to die on my feet. The huge fist lifted for one final blow. The room blazed with sudden light. Bolts of purple energy crackled across the metal carapace of the dwarven monster, and it halted, half turning to meet this new threat. Master Room had come. I was about to raise a cheer when the giant figure turned back to me, unarmed by the lightning bolt hurled by Master Room, determined to destroy the first intruder. I shouted out, "Steam! Steam!" as the giant raised his fist to crush me into the floor. There was a hiss and a gust of bitter cold, and I looked up. The monster was now covered with a shell of ice, frozen in the very moment of dispatching me. Master Rome had understood. I leaned against the wall with relief. The ice cracked above me. The giant golden king stood before me, the shell of ice falling away, his head swiveling towards me in triumphant. Was there no stopping his dwarven monstrosity? But then the light faded from his eyes, and his arms dropped to his side. The mechanical frost had worked, cooling the steam-driven energy. As Masarum and the Arum and the diggers crowded around me, congratulating me on my narrow escape, my thoughts drifted. I imagined my return to the Imperial City, and I knew that this would be mine greatest triumph yet. How could I possibly top this find? Perhaps it was time to move on. Recovering the fabled Eye of Argonia, now that would be a coup. I smiled to myself, reveling in the glory of the moment, but already planning my next adventure. Woo! Damn, another book? I'll come back. Shit. Damn. Taking all these books. Ooh, that's a lot of books. Huh? Oh, thank God. Oh, I've been so mad they put me all the way back there.
got the fleetest steeds in all of Skyrim. Man like you needs a war horse, I reckon. None of them's older than 9, and the youngest is 6. Now the horse I got for sale is 7 years old, but in fine health. She's got a lot of spirit, that one. We've taken to calling her Queen Aufsiger, or just Ali for short. I expect you can name her anything you like, once she's yours. Suppose so. Got one all saddled if you've got the coin. You've got a deal. It's the one with the saddle. Not today. Sold my last one. Pretty sure I sold it to you.
Hey. Hello there, Queen Queen.
They say Helgen got hit by a dragon. One of those horrors comes here. We'll be ready. Brigands I can handle. But this talk of dragons? World gone mad, I say. You should talk to the Jarl up in Dragon's Reach. Lend any aid you can. Hold on, Legagan. Halt! City's closed with the dragons about. Official business only. Fine. But we'll be keeping an eye on you.
Alright, y'all. I think I'm gonna pause right here. Ooh-wee. Do a quick save. Then I'm gonna do another save, just to be on the safe side. Alright, y'all, I will be back a little bit later. This is kind of fun, though. I got to admit. Look at my gap. Wait. Alright, y'all, I will talk to y'all a little bit later. See you. Deuces.